Hello, and welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation app called AUTOMAT. This is how it looks. This is a macro I've been using to power level my skills in Oblivion. And this is a macro I used to... What did I use it for? Oh yes, I think for leveling my merchant skills, also in Oblivion. Today I have an announcement, two very important announcements. First, I finally switched out of GitHub Actions, so AUTOMAT is now built not with those actions anymore. No, those are gone. I will actually even remove the build action, I think. Because, or maybe I will keep this. I just need to mark it as deprecated. Now, whenever a new release happens, this release is now built not using GitHub workers, but using my own machines. I have a Windows machine and I have a Linux machine. And if I go to src, release py, you will see how this new release system works. Release py. Yeah, this simple script takes care of everything. It creates a new GitHub release. It talks with two of my PCs and uses them to build AUTOMAT. One thing, you can use SSH to connect to Windows. Just works. You just need to install the right packages from Microsoft and configure them properly. So this is the first announcement. So the AUTOMAT release should now be fixed, it should be reliable, it should not give us any more surprises. The amount of time that we've spent debugging GitHub Actions is totally too much. Like they burned the trust credit that we gave them. It's just, when you have a remote machine that you cannot log in, you cannot really see what's going on there. You can only schedule an action, and an hour later you get a log with list of errors. And it doesn't even capture all of the errors, because it says something like, file not found. And you have to figure out why file was not found. So GitHub Actions were a terrible way to work with this. Having proper remote machines, just remote machines, servers that we connect to that do different tasks. Much easier, much nicer. This is how it should work. So we have a new release system. This is one. Two. Today we are going to work a little bit on connections, how connections are managed. Because you see, we have a couple different types of connections. We have those gear connections. They are slightly glitchy, they are not finished. And we have those cables. And there are some issues with them, like those connections, they always start over the objects. It doesn't look so great. I don't think it looks very great. So today we will try to sort it out, to figure out how different types of connections could work. And how they should sort themselves, and also how they should map to the save file. And this is something that I actually most of the time do off stream, but I think this is an important component of programming, so I guess it's worth showing this on stream, just to be, to not show a false image of, how all of this works. It's not like I can figure all of those design problems, live. I actually have to spend some time thinking, and today I'm going to spend some time thinking on stream, trying to figure out how this can work. There is a problem if you're programming, especially if you're programming fast, of going too fast. This is when you see a problem and you immediately jump to implementation, and only after a couple of hours you realize that, hey, actually this approach maybe wasn't so good. Maybe if I spent like 15 more minutes thinking about how this should be programmed, that could have saved, hours or days of work maybe, fixing things later. And I had this problem since I basically started. I see some, I want to implement this simple effect, so let's just, write a couple of files, and then it turns out, okay, it's actually not the right way to implement this. The thing is, long time ago, those issues, they have been small in scale. Those, what do you call them? Like, that way? Is this the term? Dead ends. Before, they used to take a day, and now with AUTOMAT, where this is like a bigger piece of machinery, I've been writing this for the past 2 years. Those dead ends, they are larger, they tend to take weeks to fix. So I think it is important to stop and think, okay, are we in a dead end right now? And I think we are. We are in terms of how connections are managed. And I think this also has some relation to our serialization format. So, let me fire up Z. And let's think about how connections, what are the problems with connections? Problem first is the order. The fact that connections are always in front is not the right way to do it. How to fix the ordering? I don't know, I have no clue. I don't even know what properties I want out of the ordering. This is something even I don't know what's exactly. Definitely I do not want those connections to be in front of everything, but the specifics of how this should work, especially with edge cases, a situation like this one, what should happen here? I guess this object should be in front of the connection. Yeah. Another problem with connections is that the connections right now they use this argument type. This is a part. So connections, they implement this part type. Which means they are part of objects, but parts are also designed in such a way to not be kind of part of objects necessarily. Okay, the second problem is that some objects, they are derived from a part. And I think some objects are even derived from this. Anyway, I think there is this issue that objects that objects are derived from other parts. This confuses a lot of parts in the system. And there is also the serialization issue. When objects are serialized, their contents it's not mixed with, it is mixed with parts actually. Object data is mixed with parts. But arguments are serialized separately. And this is a slight inconsistency, that another thing that should be fixed.
Relavina says,
I use Arch B to do it well.
Nice. If you want to go deeper and hour is not enough for you, I do recommend trying Gentoo. If Arch is your hobby, Gentoo is going to be your full-time work. There's one more issue with connections. Yes. So those connections, right now, they are serialized in a very primitive way. Each object just serializes the name of the target object. You can open the serialization format we use. Build, release. Okay, so this is how we are serializing arguments right now. I don't think there should be anonymous arguments, yes. And this problem here where, for example, this timer 2 is connected with its property running is connected to gear. And we can see this here. So this is timer 2. This is this timer 2. And it has a property called running. And this is this property. And this property is connected to this gear. Yeah, and we can see gear. The gear is connected. Has connections going the opposite way. The way that those connections are stored is super inconsistent. Like here, we are just storing the name of target object as a value. Here, we are storing the name of target object as a property, and we are storing true as a value. And it's even worse for this one, timeline. Here is the timeline object. This is the timeline object. And it's connected to other. So this is the object that can move the mouse. This is the object that can press the mouse button. This is mouse presser. And look how the connection is done here. We have the name of the argument first, and the name of the object that's connected to second. Maybe this is the same as here. Okay, so actually this is at least consistent with the other. But it is kind of weird that we have those tracks and the arcs. I really think that it seems like they could or should be the same thing. Okay. Okay, so we have a problem with z-ordering, we have a problem with serialization, and there is one more problem. The problem is that whenever you have a format that stores data, this format needs to be extensible to allow for future extensions. The way that we store connections does not allow for this, because a connection between an object, one object and another, is just a key in the name of the next object. It's super simple, right? It's like it's essentially JSON. It's like, hey, this instruction number 2, or this instruction, this is the loop instruction. It has the next argument connected to this instruction, an assembler connected to, okay, this assembler, and the jump is connected to timer. Simple, right? But I would like to be able to tweak the way that this connection is shown on screen. So instead of going through the shortest path, maybe I want to route this connection like make a large loop around. So I need to store this data somewhere. And yes, so the connection metadata. This is another thing that has to be figured out. Okay. The best way to solve those issues is to just think a lot about them and to go to sleep. There is this property that people realize it's there, but if you load your brain with some problem, it will just work on the problem in background. You can do whatever. You can play games, you can do other things. As long as you loaded the problem into your brain, it's going to process it. And eventually, one day, you will just wake up and the solution will be waiting for you. Crazy how that works. So okay, so z-ordering, maybe we can start thinking about z-ordering a little bit more. Object 1, connection, object 2. Let me fire up Inkscape. Inkscape will be nice for this. Okay, let's say I have one object. Another. Let's say we work with 3 objects that are connected one to another. Yeah, and this will be nice. This is a nice object, right? Now let's draw some connections between them. Each connection is going to start on top of an object and end on top of another object. This is because the connections in AUTOMAT, they can start within objects. If you look at the timeline, those connections, they start on top of the object. They kind of come out from behind this white plastic plate. The same goes for the connections that terminate. They can also terminate at different areas within other objects. let's say something like this, right? It can terminate within this other object. And go away, go away. So this is our basic problem. And now let's complicate it. So what happens if I grab this object and move it closer on top of this one? I think this still starts here. So nothing changed so far, really. We still have the same basic structure. So the fact that connections are on top of objects, this is why I designed this system to put connections always on top. But it causes with problems like this one here. So let's try to cause it. Let's try to grab this object and, for example, obscure this connection. I think, what is the keyboard shortcut for moving this down? Page down works. I think this is what could happen. Something like this seems reasonable. So this object obscures the connection. And let me think what happens if this object now obscures its connection target, like that. What should happen now? Feels to me that the Z order that we are getting is I don't think I should draw it like that. Definitely not. Definitely shouldn't draw it behind everything. I think we could this clip. I think I want clip. I think this way of drawing would be nice, but this is tricky. It would require clipping. And so right now we are just hiding the connections. There is a harder version of this problem. Why is it moving? Okay. Bring this back. The harder version happens when I get rid of this. Bring this one to front. The harder version happens when this connection never really never really leaves these objects. It's fully on top of them. Okay, the fact that objects should draw over connections, should be able to draw over connections, this is a big change. This is something that AUTOMAT does not support yet. we will have to basically add it. What effectively it means is that objects and connections are mixed. We will draw some objects, some connections, some objects, some connections. And it's not a solid conclusion, but this suggests that connections are objects. Okay, so this is simple case where the connections fits, and this is case B. In this case B, the only solution seems to be to hide the connection. I mean, there is other solution. Yeah, okay. Option 1. Option 2, hide the connection. And this option to hide the connection, it's actually not that bad. I'm using this all the time. It's not exactly how it works in AUTOMAT. So in AUTOMAT, to hide the connection, see now, the connection is still drawn. This is because right now, AUTOMAT considers the points that the connections can terminate. If one of those points is over the target object, so there is a point here. If I move it slightly down, the connection hides because this point is on top of the timeline now. I don't think this is how it should work. I think connection should be hidden. Maybe let's call them links. Or actually, the fact that link hides, I'm not sure this should really work always like that. Because sometimes you don't want that. So there is one thing I want from links. It would be nice if I, as a user, could control how those links are displayed. If there is some decision to be made, yes, the system can make a default decision, but I should be able to override it. I should have some affordances, for example, the ability to drag by this shape. That would turn it into whatever shape I want. What is this? Ah, this is text. Okay. Ignore text. Another okay. I hope that one day I will be able to just do this kind of design and something like Claude Sonnet or like some LLM is going to implement this for me. So I can have a link property that says visible. It could have a value auto, and then it's going to hide itself, but it could be also enabled. And I could also have force hide. So those are the different properties that I think user should be able to configure. Right now we can assume that all of the connections will have auto, but there also needs to be a place in the menu to make possible to configure this property. So in AUTOMAT we have bubble menu, which shows some properties, but not all of them. And this should be, I guess, fixed. I think we should have links category in the menu. So when we right click on the menu, there will be links section. But this category is going to be inlined if there is space in the parent menu. Yeah, I just thought of something cool. So let's say you have a connection, for example, like this, like running sync. You want to connect it with something. Ignore the red line, it's not going to be shown as a red line. So you can drop it, on another object, and it's going to connect. But imagine that now you can perform a gesture, and this gesture is going to create, while you are holding this, an object of a specific type. For instance, you could draw a mouse, or like perform some kind of motion, and it will summon a new object of a given type and connect it to this connection. Or you could perform a pentagram, and that would open a bubble with options to what objects you could summon. Yeah, I think this will be sweet. Okay, so for each link, option to tweak visibility. Okay, so I think if the user is forcing the link to be visible, then it doesn't really matter. We can also allow glitches because it's fine really. Or we could make the so in auto so this is not going to happen in auto. This connection will be hidden the moment those objects touch. And if the connection is configured to be visible, then we can either make it either draw it and allow glitches or route it through auto, out of those two shapes, and then flipping trick. I'm learning Inkscape shortcuts. They are kind of nice. Oh. I think Automat started clicking stuff. Yeah. Enough.
Cheese and Crackers R5F says,
Hello.
Hey.
Are you coding a game?
Pretty much. This one. This is a game that can play other games. It can send input events to other windows. Mostly about... it can mostly move mouse. Click keyboard buttons. So this is a macro that will move my mouse. And run it in a loop. But right now I'm not so much coding, I'm more thinking about how to draw the connections in this system.
Nice dude looks really cool.
Yeah, the appearance is what I spend kind of most time on. Because there are, actually functionally, there are better apps than this. There is AutoHotkey, which I strongly recommend, which contains a scripting language. This is how it looks. It can do much more things. This is actually even good enough for writing like bots for MMO games, like a bot that will, do some farming, then go to a shop, sell stuff, and so on. In AutoHotkey, you can do this big complex bots. Automat is not there yet. Automat is very simple macro system right now. Getting better though. I'm trying to figure out how to do the connections between the objects so that they look nice, because right now they look kind of glitchy. Especially because when I drop an object, suddenly a connection clips through.
That's pretty cool. The game gives 2010 vibe.
Yeah, yeah. I also have one of the images in assets. You cannot really see this very clearly, but when I right-click on some object, there is this bubble, right? And this is totally almost invisible thing. But if you zoom in inside this bubble, you will see a reflection of clouds. You can see that there are like clouds here. There is this, and there is some grass reflected also in, maybe it's hard to see here. There is a skybox, which is 100% 2010s. This is I think Windows Vista style, or like Windows. This is the Windows Aero. Yeah. But yeah, this is really kind of embedded here.
That's really good detail. It would be funny if you taught it to play Doom.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I kind of need some kind of aiming, because it's actually one of the issues I'm getting. Like, a lot of the macros, I use it to farm in all sorts of games, like recently Oblivion. One thing that happens constantly is that I have a macro, it works even for half an hour, 2 hours, but then I leave the computer and it's like it's almost like a law that when I stop looking at the computer, the macro breaks, because the character that I was, for example, hitting takes a step away and, you know, I'm swinging my weapon in air now. So some kind of aiming would be nice to have.
Maybe it has separation anxiety.
Yeah. It would be fun to have like a character in a game, you know? I mean, it has a character, but this character is kind of passive. It's not talking, it's not doing anything, it's just a macro recorder. It would be nice if actually these characters in the game, they actually displayed some emotions. It's probably not a good thing though, I'm wondering. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, actually showing that it's like a dog, you know, that you're going away, so it's missing. Like, where are you? What's happening? Am I alone? How is it done right now?
You should make the character be like Clippy. It should give helpful tips from TTS-ed for the game, and the animations for it should look choppy to fit Clippy.
You know how Clippy could be done. There are those pipe shaders that can change shape in, maybe not this one, something like this. And those shapes, they can be moved. You just change how the function behaves. And Clippy could be a really cool animated 3D, analytic shape in space. Okay, I wanted to see how gears store connection data. Okay, so we have just custom serialization code that does all of this.
Yes, that idea for Clippy is good. What is the name of the engine's mascot?
Actually, it doesn't have a name yet. This is macro recorder. It's a macro recorder, or a bird, or a parrot. How we've been calling this for the past, a year or so, since its inception. We also have this syncable. It's an inline argument, and it's using this external synchronization system.
Maybe his name should be Clippy Yushihao, or a macro recorded bird.
Yeah. Names are funny. Names also have those almost spiritual associations, things that do not have names, in mythology. Naming was very important. For people, I mean. Naming living beings was seen as, it almost has magical properties. Maybe we should be careful about naming the bird. Maybe it's going to, become conscious when we do this.
Yes, he should be the spirit of the engine.
Yeah. And if I don't know how to utilize his name yet. But about spirits, there is this idea that, literally like half an hour ago, I came up with this. When you have a connection and you want to connect it to something, instead of connecting this to other objects, make it possible to draw a pentagram. And when you draw a pentagram, it would open a menu with options of different objects that could be created.
If he would have a name, he would think he is human and become a Terminator.
Yeah, I think if we had a name, I wouldn't be so careless about dropping him in a black hole. So yeah, that would be probably it would be emotionally challenging to delete objects.
That's a really good idea, actually, for the spirit.
This is a really nice remix. You're listening on YouTube, so you're probably hearing birds only. There is a music track on Twitch, I think.
Must be nice to code or drive you insane.
There's no logic. Let me check this. Sounds like a cool artist.
By chance, are you from Poland? That name reminds me of Polish last names.
Indeed, I am streaming from Poland, from the very center of Poland.
Says, hello Machizan Crackers R5. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
I even had this problem where too many people come to chat and just talk in Polish to me, which is fine. I mean, I speak Polish all the time, but I try to avoid this on stream because this causes, people who do not know the language to feel kind of excluded, like there are some secrets being spoken. Actually, not in the parts section.
Machizan Crackers R5F says,
Damn well you have a good point. To be fair, when two Polish people talk, it sounds to foreigners like a massive argument.
I heard this thing about Italian language, because in Italian you use your hands more, probably. I actually wonder how Polish sounds to people who speak other languages, because each language has this kind of... It sounds different, even if you do not know the language. Italian sounds angry. German has this like cold feeling to it, like almost emotionless, like issuing commands. English? I actually don't know how English feels, because I know what the words mean. I almost do not hear this texture of the language, those subtle things. Or like Chinese. Chinese sounds like whispery. It has a lot of this It's very different from other Asian languages. It has this ghost-like feeling.
I was born in America, so I used to not know it Polish sounds angry. And like you're pissed of that, someone took your prize vodka.
Nice.
Actually, when I go to summer camp, I learn about 20 new slurs every time, so it's fun.
$20 is about as much as I know in total. So, yeah, this is impressive. Yeah, but this is also the knowledge you will not get on any sort of Polish lessons in school.
Polish is a language of emotion, so you hear slurs. Often yet they don't really mean anything. The F-bomb in America is end of the world in Poland. Some teachers swear by...
I have not seen this, honestly. Whenever I've seen teachers, they always have some more elegant ways of resolving the situation. If students swear, they generally can have problems in school. I think I've never, or at least I do not remember, seeing students swearing at teachers. This sounds like a problematic situation.
Well, one teacher screamed, "Do you guys have a single working brain cell in your head?"
Ah, oh yeah, exactly. But this is not swearing. This is, this is more like an elaborate way to insult. Not even elaborate. This is actually rather crude, but it's not swearing.
Yes, but I can't say swears in chat. My parents raised me right. Is it cool to live in Poland?
Yeah, it's nice. I think it's nice to live in the place where you can easily communicate with other people, and the language is probably the most important part of this. For me, it would probably not be a big difference if I lived in any English-speaking country. Yeah, but the ability to just talk and belong to some place, this is probably nicest. To me, this is the most important thing. I lived for some time in Switzerland for a couple of years, but I never fully learned to speak Swiss. So I only knew the basic vocabulary, enough to, to do shopping, and that's it. So I never was really, comfortable. And, in terms of, life is the same all over the globe, I guess, right now. Everywhere on the planet, you can buy a smartphone, you can connect to internet, you can enjoy, you can participate in the global culture. There's really no difference in that.
All I got from living in Poland is old people screaming at me and insulting me with fun words. I have lived in Poland for a few years. It is still annoying.
Yeah.
You can't have global culture in North Korea.
True. Yeah, North Korea is an exception, and I guess sometimes you get kind of isolated a little bit if you live in countries like China or Russia as well. Maybe China more so than Russia, because China has this firewall and you cannot access like Western services. Okay, I think I have some idea of how the connections could be stored. Let me also take a look at this document. So, the ordering.
Have you heard of the game Team Fortress 2?
Yep. In Fortress 2. I knew I played some Team Fortress. Yeah, I played it. A little bit, but I did. Back in the day. It's an old game.
Overlord Trump for 120 says,
Service at all.
Hey,
Merchies and Crackers R5 says,
Soldier would call you a hippie, not going to lie.
do characters in this game even talk? I always thought that they are just... I saw there were some animations with the characters. But I'm not following the lore. Okay.
Yes, a spy calls a heavy. So a fat guy when dominating him. You died as you lived. Morbidly obese. And most characters just call him fat when they kill him 4 times in a row.
Okay, I think all of this issue should now be fixed. All those issues. Yeah. I take some short break. Be right back. Okay. I have one more thing I wanted to do today. So we'll start working on this. But one of my favorite channels on YouTube, by favorite I mean that it generates the content about the stuff that I'm interested in, which are user interfaces. I do not agree with everything that's being said on this channel, but I still love it. It's very interesting. So the videos, some of the videos are clickbaity, they present self-contradicting arguments, and they generalize things, which leads to, I think, a little bit of confusion, but it's still worth engaging. And those are nice ideas. So one of those ideas that is on this channel is why pie menus never became the default, about radial designed menus. And radial menus, they have been used for a long time. Like, they have been used in games like The Sims. The Sims use radial menus for options. When you have things in the world, you right click, it brings a menu that you can use. Those radial menus have been used on Linux in many places. They have been used on Android. There are custom launchers, that use radial menus. There were situations where you bring your finger from the side of the screen on an Android device, and it brings a radial menu, and you can select an option. And radial menus are also used here to do stuff, to access the multitude of options that toys offer. That would be not feasible to show them directly. So I am very interested in what this video has to say.
I really like Goodyears. He makes cool videos.
Welcome.
Yes, game developer. Nice. Nice. I'm not familiar with Godbees specifically. Okay, I will silence the birds now. Silence the birds and the music, so that we can watch. So that we can watch this. And I will position this so that I do not obscure the video. Go.
Welcome to Interface Studies. My name is Saleh. On general-purpose computers, interaction is effectively standardized. Most software assumes the same pairing: a keyboard for symbolic input and a mouse or trackpad for pointing. Across operating systems,
You more interesting hand my computer teacher I sub.
you move a pointer, a menu opens, and options appear
Thanks.
in a vertical list. This arrangement is so deeply embedded in operating systems, accessibility layers, and interface toolkits that it rarely feels like a choice. It presents itself as neutral, natural, and inevitable. We experience it simply as how computers work. Within this environment, choices are overwhelmingly organized as linear lists. Menus drop down, commands stack vertically, and sidebars and ribbons and panels all rely on the same logic. We scroll, scan, and select in straight lines so frequently that linearity itself fades into the background. On the other side, radial menus, often called pie menus, organize the same choices differently. Instead of stacking options, they distribute them around a central point. Instead of scanning top to bottom, the user selects by direction. These menus are not obscure experiments. They appear in weapon wheels in games, marking menus in professional tools, stylus-based systems, and so on. Many users have encountered them without ever naming them. Like switching weapons in GTA, issuing commands in The Sims, or using marking menus in tools like
Minions, we raid his house tonight.
What matters
He
is
has
not that
banana.
radial menus exist, but that they remain marginal in everyday software. Despite decades of evidence that they can outperform linear menus in specific conditions, they are confined to niches. Games, creative software, and expert tools. General purpose.
The problem with radial menus, the one that I have encountered because I use them all the time, is that you do not really see this on the screen of a computer. But if you had a finger, if you had a touch screen interface, you touch a screen and it opens the menu, and half of the menu is obscured by your hand. So you do not really see all the options. This is a big problem. There's also a problem on the computer because sometimes the mouse pointer can be large. Then there is the scanning problem. Because the options are not aligned vertically, it's very hard to... We are used to reading text which is aligned, in columns. And in a radial menu, this is broken, so you do not see which option. It's kind of harder to parse text in this menu. And then there is also the problem that shortcuts are, because it's not following this table formula. In context menus, you sometimes have the ability to show, maybe not here. Okay, actually, this is kind of strange here. But sometimes the menus also show keyboard shortcuts.
You should shrink down the hand when the options become. And when you touch the option, the text should become bigger.
Yeah. And I think there is also the... Yeah. Those are pretty much the only issues I have with radial menus. They are maybe slightly less familiar, but I think most people can very quickly get hang of them. I think the reason they haven't caught on is just because, business software is boring. It doesn't like taking interesting options. And the most boring option is a standard, drop-down menu. So most of the organizations which are driven by, boring business people, they just choose the boring option. The problems that I listed, they exist, but they are so small, it's really not worth bothering with them. That they can be counteracted. There are solutions. Like you say, we can, for example, tweak the size of things.
Desktop and mobile interfaces continue to default to lists. The question then is not whether radial menus work, but why their advantage failed to translate into broader adoption. At first glance, the answer appears simple: trade-offs. A closer look shows something more structural. Early technical constraints shaped interface toolkits. Toolkits shaped habits. Habits hardened into expectations. And over time, those expectations became invisible standards. The dominance of linear menus is not just a story about efficiency. It's a story about how defaults form and how difficult they are to undo. Computer history is full of nuance, but the earliest documented circular, cursor-centered menu appears in the Pixie system in 1969, and later in research at the University of Waterloo explored related radial layouts. In 1986, Mike Gallagher and Don Hopkins jointly arrived at angle-driven context menu. The selection was defined by the angle, and optionally distance, from a central origin, all passed as parameters to a command, with a mouse click triggering an item or submenu. Human-computer interaction research has long examined how people move towards targets on a screen. One of the most influential models is Fitts' law. It describes how movement time increases as targets become smaller or farther away. In practical terms, layout is never neutral. Geometry directly affects speed, accuracy, and effort. Linear menus create a familiar pattern. Items are stacked vertically, so the further an option sits from the cursor, the longer it takes to reach. Each item is also relatively narrow, leaving little tolerance for imprecision. Selecting the wrong item above or below the intended one is a common and well-documented error. Anyone who has scrolled in a long font list in Word or Illustrator has felt this friction accumulate. Radial menus recognize the same choices. Options sit in equal distance from a central point, and selection depends primarily on direction rather than precise position. The interaction becomes a short, directional gesture rather than a careful traversal. But this does not mean radial menus universally.
That example, actually, it has a very subtle thing about this. That's very important for radial menu design. It has 8 directions, exactly 8. This seems to be like a very nice number. There is other piece of research in the HCI that says that the speed that people select among some options is optimal when you have about 5 options to choose from. So 8 is kind of close to 5. So 8, like if you had to select from 100 option or a 50 or 2 options, you will get different speed. And this number 5, there is some fuzziness to this number. Around 5 you get the most efficient speed. So this is where humans are kind of the fastest. And the number of directions is also kind of convenient for the interaction, because if you have a mouse, you can fairly consistently distinguish between only some number of directions. If this number of directions goes above 8, if you have 12 directions, then it becomes kind of tricky to hit the specific direction that you want. So for the accuracy, 8 is also a perfect number. So 8 directional radial menus are like this is the optimal form of a radial menu from the human interaction perspective. There are also variants of the radial menus that have different types of activation. Sometimes you have activation on release. So when you release a mouse on a specific area, this is when activation is going to happen. But sometimes you have activation, like AUTOMAT uses this. You have a boundary-based activation. When you move through a boundary, this is when options activate. I think boundary-based activation, personally, I think it's super fast. It's my favorite. I just love working with this. So I use it whenever I can. But if you are using this activation, which uses the position where you release an option, then you can actually increase the number of options, and the menu is still going to be usable, like even above 8. You can even have multiple rings of options, and subsequent rings can even use different scales to make the options equally fast to activate. So we could have, for example, 3 layers, and each of them could have, this one could have 8 options, the other layer could have, 16, and the other layer could have 32. So, you could have insane number of options, and the Fitts law says that all of them should be equally fast to activate if you also scale the areas correctly. That would actually be a nice experiment, how a menu like that would look.
Traversal. But this does not mean radial menus universally faster. Their advantage appears under specific conditions, when the number of options is limited and when the same choices are used repeatedly. Photoshop could not replace its hundreds of commands with a single radial menu without collapsing usability. Controlled studies comparing pie menus and linear menus show consistent results. Radial menus reduce selection time, lower error rates, and improve performance as users gain familiarity. These benefits are real, but conditional. They emerge most clearly in bounded choice environments, not in interfaces designed to explore large command vocabularies at once. One of the most less visible strengths of radial menus lies in how they support learning over time. When users first encounter them, behavior resembles list usage. Users pause, read labels, and make deliberate selections. But with repetition, something changes. Direction begins to carry meaning. An upward movement comes to stand for one action, a diagonal flick for another. The interaction shifts from visual recognition to motor memory. Cognitive load drops because scanning is replaced by recall. Experienced Maya users often trigger commands so quickly that the menu never appears on screen. Only the gesture is performed. A critical detail is that novice and expert behavior share the same physical action. The movement used while reading labels is identical to the movement later executed from memory. Learning happens through repetition, not through switching to an entirely different interaction system.
Yep.
This differs from keyboard shortcuts, where menu use does not teach the shortcut itself. Clicking Save does not reinforce Ctrl-S or Command-S. A marking menu does. But radial menus do not remove learning curves. They reshape them. They favor environments where repetition is high and where the users are willing to invest in mastery. So why linear menus became the default? Linear menus dominate modern software not because they are always optimal, but because they aligned with the conditions under which graphical interfaces first emerged. Early systems prioritized familiarity. Office software borrowed heavily from paper metaphors, documents, folders, and lists. These forms were recognizable and reassuring, even if they were not always efficient. There were also technical reasons. Early hardware made rectangular layouts easier to render and manage than circular ones. As graphical systems matured, software frameworks, accessibility technologies, documentation practices, and training material all assumed linear menus as the norm. Once toolkits made lists trivial to implement, anything else became custom, fragile, and expensive. Windows menus, Mac menus, and HTML select elements all encode this bias directly into infrastructure. Once these assumptions were embedded, abandoning them became difficult. Linear menus also offer genuine strengths. They scale well to large numbers of commands. They support dense text, search.
So this is, I think this is an example of the ribbon. This is how the Microsoft did a lot of research for its Office 2007, I think. And the fruit, the main result of this research was the ribbon menu. According to them, this is the optimal way to structure information on screen. They divide different options into categories, and within each category, options are not hidden. You can immediately activate options from each category as by selecting the icons from this thing that you see. So this allows you to pack an incredible amount of things into a very limited area on screen. And each of those categories, you can also see that it's using different design. So you have more visual cues to recognize, to hook, become familiar and fast in this kind of interface.
And predictable reading order. They integrate cleanly with screen readers and accessibility tooling. The ribbon, as we saw in the previous video, exists because Word and Excel expose hundreds of commands that must remain visible and searchable.
Actually, bridging the ribbon menu. Ribbon menu, the way it works is it categorizes all of the options into those categories, right? So I don't think it's so incompatible with radial menus or pie menus. Pie menus are probably faster to say. Or bubble menus. I will say bubble because this is AUTOMAT and we are using bubbles. So those tree-like menus, essentially, they still do not have too many options. This is still following, I think, this other law. This is called Hicks law, not Fitts law, the Hicks law. Yeah. So this is the one that says what number of options is optimal. So I think a menu like that would still be encoded as a radial menu. Maybe more dynamic menu where you start and you have like 4 categories to select. So you have 4 directions, cardinal directions, let's say. And once you select one of the directions, for example, home, you are presented with another 4 options: clipboard, paste, font, and paragraph. And then within each of those, you have another submenu with options. And this seems like a lot of navigation, but the menu doesn't really have to close after you use it. So you could theoretically pin a section of the menu somewhere on screen to have it constantly available.
And predictable reading order. They integrate cleanly with screen readers and accessibility tooling. The ribbon, as we saw in the previous video, exists because Word and Excel expose hundreds of commands that must remain visible and searchable. Radial menus, by contrast, trade scale and exhaustiveness for speed and motor memory. Their marginal position reflects real constraints, not a simple failure of imagination. And since we talked about games, we have to talk about them in a bit more detail. Video games offer a revealing contrast because they're not bound to a single input device. Consoles rely on controllers with analog sticks, while PC games often use mouse and keyboard. Despite this variation, radial menus appear consistently across both. The reason is not just stylistic preference, it is task structure. Games often demand rapid, repeated selection under time pressure. Attention must remain on the environment, and hesitation has consequences. In these conditions, directional intent matters more than precise targeting. When players must choose quickly from a small, stable set of actions, radial menus dominate. When they are browsing large, changing collections, like inventory, settings, and management screens, lists return. Analog sticks express direction naturally. Mice can approximate the same interaction through quick flicks or short strokes. Having said that, radials fit controllers especially well. While on the mouse and keyboard, they compete with hotkeys, number rows, and scroll wheel cycling. Even so, the same weapon wheel or command radial can survive a change in controller without losing its core logic, because what remains constant is not the device, but the need for fast, spatially anchored, and context-sensitive choice. Now, urgency is not the only context in which this pattern appears. In slower simulation and management games, radial or pie menus often emerge around selected objects. Here, the structure still suits them, a focused set of actions tied to a single target. But stylistic concerns matter more. The circular bloom of options reinforces an object-centric view. Everything you can do to this thing. This maintains a toy-like feel and keeps the inference from collapsing into flat, desktop-style lists. This helps explain why radial menus thrive in games yet remain rare in everyday software. The mouse is not hostile to radial interaction. What differs is the surrounding ecosystem, the scale and variability of available commands, the need for discoverability and documentation, accessibility constraints, entrenched platform conventions, and of course the different nature of every computer user with limited time to develop spatial muscle memory. Where everyday tools must optimize for broad familiarity and dense information, games can afford and often benefit from interfaces that privilege speed, spatial recall, and stylistic fit over strict conformity to standard UI patterns.
I think this is a big argument. This is probably the key why radial menus are not used by professional software. It's because in professional software, you want to have your UI as boring as possible. You do not want to distract the user from... the user usually wants to get some job done. And the more you are confusing or surprising, the more frustrated the user will get. So, professionals, they get annoyed when presented with new interfaces. And in games, it's kind of taken for granted that each game is going to be different and it's going to use new and unique solutions. It's not as surprising in games to see different approaches to do things. True.
The story continues with touch interfaces. Their appearance offered a chance to rethink interface geometry completely. Fingers up.
For a time, it was a thing. I still think you can download some radial menu apps that will kind of convert your phone to use this style of menu.
Are imprecise. Directional gestures feel natural. Menus can appear directly under the point of contact. Yet, mainstream touch interfaces largely reinforced existing patterns. System settings, for example, still scroll vertically. Many options are included in a very long list. Mobile platforms doubled down on lists, grids, tabs, and long vertical feeds. This was not a lack of imagination necessarily. Touch interfaces prioritized discoverability, clarity, and low learning cost. They needed to support infrequent use, one-handed interaction, broad accessibility. Radial menus survived on touch only in specific contexts: stylus-based systems, creative tools, and games. Where repetition and expertise mattered, radial structure made sense. Where scale and approachability dominated, lists persisted. Touch removed the mouse, but it did not remove the pressure that favors linear structure. In recent years, radial menus have seen renewed attention outside traditional research circles. Projects like PyMenu app on Mac advocates for them not as novelties, but as first-class interface elements. Practitioner discussions highlight their suitability for pen computing, VR, and expert workflows. Designers are no longer asking whether radial menus are better, but where they belong. Linear menus persist because they support scale, visibility, and universality. Radial menus persist because they support speed, memory, and flow. Each encodes different assumptions about how people act and learn. Screen readers depend on linear order. A radial menu has no obvious reading sequence. Emerging platforms such as spatial computing and AI-driven systems reopen questions about interface geometry without necessarily resolving them yet. In environments like Vision Pro or Meta Quest, selection often happens through gaze and pinch, where angular separation matters more than pixel distance. Radial structures may reappear. We've seen that with Tiltbrush, for example, which is a room-scale 3D painting virtual reality app. Linear and radial interfaces embody different models of human behavior.
I would love to hear more about
Lists,
Tiltbrush.
scanning, reading, categorizing,
I use this app, but I do not remember anything specific about the menu. I guess it is a radial menu. Oh yeah, this is how it looked. You have a menu attached to the controller.
Which is a
And you can use the
proof
other
of
controller to
integrating
activate
virtual
some
reality
option.
app.
It's very
Linear
nice.
and radial interfaces embody different models of human behavior. Lists assume scanning, reading, categorizing, and searching. Radial structures assume movement, direction, repetition, and memory. The main point I'm trying to make in this video is that while acknowledging the difference in these interface elements and the fact that neither is inherently superior, interface history does not show a failure to adopt better designs. It shows how early constraints solidify into permanent structures. Once a form becomes infrastructure, it disappears from view and stops being questioned. The point is not to replace lists with circles, but to recover choice where habit has erased it. When designing interfaces, it is worth asking, is this a space for breadth, search, and scale, or for speed, repetition, and flow? The answer will rarely demand a single form, but it should at least make the geometry of our defaults a conscious decision rather than something we inherit.
That was, I think, so far, it was probably my favorite video on this channel. Tuning the music. Yeah, in this video there was even nothing I could disagree with. Radial menus are faster. I think the Sims example actually shows how a radial menu can actually be used to access a lot of options, like even hundreds of options, when the Sims have different interaction options, and especially in dialogue. You have one sim and another sim. This is when you can really see how many things you can select. And this is done by just selecting multi-level options. But, excuse me, Sims do not use this muscle memory a lot, actually. The radial menus in Sims, they still require you to click multiple times. Anyway, okay, I think, going back to the previous topic, not radial menus, not Sims, but the problem of connections in AUTOMAT. I think we figured out everything pretty much. The order, serialization. So I guess we can probably start working on them now. Let's go to the roadmap. So this is the AUTOMAT roadmap. Okay, let's break this down into tasks. Each task is a circle. I'm flying towards right. The number of tasks in AUTOMAT multiplies. This is where we started. I can get rid of this. Boring notes. One thing that we should do is to rename argument to link and it's kind of problematic. I think each argument should have a widget. So far, the way to make a widget inside the object, there is a function called makeWidget. This is how this is how it works right now. But this creates a problem because if I want to draw a link as a widget, and then I need to store, okay, how to how connection widgets could really work. This is the way that it works right now. I'm going through all of the objects that we have, going through their arguments, and creating a widget for each one. I have a specific connection widget here that can find connection widget. And it just does a linear scan. It's super inefficient. So this is so we actually finished with the design. I think the design is here. It makes sense. I mean, it's not here, it's kind of in my head, but this is kind of how the design is going to work.
Meister Chica says,
Hello.
Hey. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to convert this design into a sequence of actions. I want to rename argument to link. I want to rename object toy.
Have you seen Kimmy K .5 brushed roll?
I heard about it, and I saw that it has some kind of monster size, and I basically stopped being interested after that. It was like a massive model. Is it usable locally, actually? I know you have access to some beefy machines, but I mostly have a single computer.
Yeah, you got RAM.
Yeah, but 64 gigs of RAM is not enough to run those insane models. They take something like, I think, 80 gigabytes to load.
Yeah, neither do I. Try to run it. Said faulted on byte pair encoding muchly.
Yeah, I was trying to run this a couple streams back. It basically crashed my whole PC. It recovered, but whenever I run one of those huge models, it just eats all of the memory and then kernel just kills something. Most of the time it's actually the AI, but sometimes it kills random other apps. Okay, and this is a fascinating map. A map from a weak pointer. To a unique pointer.
I put in the borrowed RID company provided OPA key seems to be cheaper than Mistral.law.
This is nice. Okay, so
And I feel like Mistral Vibe is getting crappier and crappier by day. And they still don't support agents.md format.
agents MD. What? It's a domain. Wow.
Raven's Blackbird says,
I'm trying to figure out if coding is the way to go for me. I've tried talking to people, and no one will give me a real-world rubber meets the road use case. What's the rubber meets the road application to coding? How do you create something that people are willing to pay you for?
Raven's Blackbird just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Meister Chica says,
Raven's Blackbird hard truth. You don't.
Yeah, I think coding seems like a great way to make money because you can make something once on your local PC and then you can distribute this globally. So theoretically, it's a way to make really a lot of money, but it doesn't always work like that. Whatever you do, somebody else can copy it, sell it cheaper, or give it away for free. So I think most projects, this is why most software is now sold as subscriptions online, which is this is the world we live in. Programming is probably not the best probably direction. If your objective is to make money, yeah, I think AI is actually going to offer better ways to do this. You can look at, vibe coding, how vibe coding works. If you come up with any useful service, you can vibe code it, publish it, and it works. It works. Totally works. It's not going to be super well coded, but it's going to work, and this is all that matters. If you ever make money, you can always hire people to clean this up later. I think programming makes sense if you are interested in technology. If you are not interested, it's probably going to just frustrate you.
But even in era of vibe coding, Toto apps, for some reason, do unreasonably well.
Yeah. This is survivorship bias. Do you know how many to-do apps are created each day? It's like plankton.
Raven's Blackbird says,
So essentially League of Legends squiggle code.
humor.
I'm just trying not to make the same mistakes I made before. Useless college degree in a bloated field.
So a degree is important if you want to work at a corporation, because corporations will not hire you if you do not have qualifications, and qualifications have to be certified. So there is that. But if you want to create a startup, then the rules are somewhat different. This Agents MD, it feels kind of strange. It feels like we are going in circles. It feels like somebody, I don't know, it feels like somebody just reinvented README. Oh yeah, this is README for agents, but you can also have README for everybody, for agents and people.
Meister Chica says,
And then don't forget you need README for Claude.
Raven's Blackbird says,
I don't mean to mess up the vibe. My bad. I saw that people are streaming it and figured to ask someone. I found the information from training reps to be unreliable in the past.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, there is another problem. Even if I can store widgets, so this answers how to store. Okay, short break. I'll be right back. Okay, options. Another interface. How do we create new widgets? So inside links or arguments, this class or this part, it could implement another interface that allows me to create widgets, similar to what our object does. This is one option. Another option is to create widgets with a freestanding functions. But it has the problem that, I mean, it's not a problem, that this whole environment is multi-threaded. AUTOMAT is multi-threaded. So widgets can only be created for things that are managed through shared pointers. Yeah, and I'm also kind of assuming that base object is going to have some vtable. So I'm really using the type system. I think there is some nice property to this. So even now, inside widget store, there is this concept of parents. Parent is kind of different here.
What kind of games is this comparability layer designed to hook onto? Let me know if I'm annoying you.
Compatibility layer. So if you are talking about AUTOMAT, then AUTOMAT is this whole environment that we're working on. It's trying to play arbitrary games. I mean, except games where the story, like experiencing the story, is the point. for those games, there is really no point to automate anything. The only point is to automate games that have boring game loops. Boring or annoying. No, games that like to waste your time. So it covers games where you have to repeat the same game loop over and over. Sometimes game loops are very simple. You can basically automate some motion. Sometimes you need some thinking. So for the thinking bit is still a kind of not addressed. we basically need some kind of almost a programming language within AUTOMAT to play arbitrary games. It needs some visual processing mechanisms and maybe some common sense reasoning system. And that common sense reasoning system that could utilize LLM. So there is, I think every game with a boring game loop is a viable target for automation. Reflex-based games as well. Yeah, but I'm trying to design the whole system so that it can do more than just play games. So it actually has, it's something that, you know, every programmer would probably like. We do not really have a good replacement for terminal yet. So some kind of shell replacement, just an environment where you can run programs, see how they run, play with their parameters and see the outputs. The only place to do this is command line right now. Which is fine. Could be better.
Alrighty.
Yeah, still trying to figure out. This multi-threading makes things much more complicated. But I'm actually glad I made this decision because there is really no multi-threaded coordination, like environment where you can coordinate other programs to operate concurrently. Okay, there is one more problem. The problem is that I need to store widgets. No, this parent is a completely different concept. This is for widget hierarchy. I really like those bells. Such a nice sound. Okay, I think option 1 is better. Of nice because it also removes the dependence of object on widgets. Quite a few references to widgets here. Let's make widget. Yeah, I think we could simplify objects a lot if we do this. Are there any changes here? No. Okay, so I think okay, we need a class for things that can produce a widget on the screen. And objects will belong to this class, and connections are going to belong to this class. Yeah. Once we do this,
Furtive or furt?
I do not know those words. This is an interesting idea. I will think about this. I think I will ask some LLM to produce like a long list of names. I was, I think, a little bit too clever with naming recently, so I want to take a step back and use as simple and obvious as possible names. I think even this widgetable, it's not the worst name. Like, the main point is that it has widgets.
Meister Chica says.
I will ask a coworker for suggestions.
Raven's Blackbird says.
I'm pulling from the joke I saw in a Linux during loading printing. Waiting for children.
Yeah, it just begs, you know, to have an object in a pregnant state.
Meister Chica says.
Only in terms of OS development you can kill children. Don't get me started on chartering the forks.
Okay, so in addition to this class, we also need to change how we store. And this would address part of the problem. And the stuff that I had in Inkscape, some other idea. Once we do this, we'll still have a lot of fixes in the Z order.
There is memo same kind for Minecraft.
URL.
Okay, I think the next problem is that rendering so objects and widgets should be drawn by the root widgets. And actually, machine should be renamed to board. Or maybe table. I think renaming is not essential. Renaming is more of a conceptual cleanup so that we have a better terminology. Name for this widgetable, that would be nice. One thing that LLMs really teach you is how to express yourself clearly. I think this is really nice. This is probably the most important skill that LLMs force you to master. Okay, let's see if Gemini has any ideas. Naming is difficult, especially when a class handles multiple concerns. Reduction, tracking, synchronization, and notification. So this is a C++ mix in the name should ideally describe the capability. Visualizable. This is a good one. Widget source. Very nice. The object is a source of widgets. Those like the worst possible names. Those metaphorical ones. You see this and you wonder, what the hell, what is this supposed to be? I think widget source. The options are it's also widget factory, but widget factory suggests that it's something that it can produce widgets for different clients, for different orders. So it's subtly different connotation. Source means that It's a source of widgets. Would be widget master, widget origin. Widget producer wouldn't be bad. It was also in the options from Gemini, I think. I think this is kind of what we are doing, right? Okay, we do not have all of those elements in AUTOMAT.
Am I the only one using 256-byte salts?
$256. That seems it's definitely very secure.
That's 16 times longer, that standard.
So insane sort lengths. MVP, where MVP uses this. I do not want to really change the widgets, because the widgets are, I think, names for widgets is pretty decent. Widget source. Widget source. No need to overthink this. Okay. I am not going to do this manually. I think it will be great help if Claude helps us here. Let me restart Z. Some updates. Creating. This invalidate connection widgets. am wondering, should I make... So the inheritance works best if you have a pyramid of different types, like a long chain of types extending each other. Once you have side chains going in, this is where difficulties start to happen. So I wonder... No, fine. So this... There is a subtle problem here. So a link class or argument class, it cannot really create a widget, because that one would need a reference counted argument. So object can do make widget, because this link is not self-sufficient.
The Snagglefluster says,
Hi.
Hey,
I have a question.
what question is that? Hmm.
In a post-Snowden era, a lot of governments are trying to reintroduce Cold War-like cryptography. Restrictions, especially law enforcement, are pushing for this. What is your opinion on this?
It really depends on the government. If the government is functioning well, then this would totally be fine. But few governments actually qualify for something like this. Something like this functions, you know, yeah, basically, like it creates a risk that there will be bigger, you know, social stratification, that people related to police or security services could abuse this to, you know, police officers could essentially use this for their own personal reasons. So there needs to be some active, like some robust systems in the government to fight corruptions and abuse of function.
Can you elaborate what you mean by good government? Because
No.
I won't give you the answer and examples yet.
Yeah. I mean that the government needs to have systems so that there is auditing to this system. So if there is, for example, somebody monitoring somebody's communication, this needs to be verified by somebody that it wasn't done to, you know, for some random goals, but for example, there was a justified reason why somebody had to be investigated. There was a reasonable suspicion against somebody. And it's not, you know, just a willy-nilly mechanism that somebody can now use to have power over other people.
But I want to know your perspectives first.
Yeah. I think if it's done in a responsible way, so that police officers cannot abuse this, it's totally fine for me. But, you know, if the government has a history of not doing any sort of policing of the police itself, then, you know, it could be abused, because then the officers would be able to abuse this system and, you know, for example, track their friends or spy on people, even when they shouldn't.
I understand that, and I understand, but I want you to understand you are assuming we already have existing dogma internationally on this, in which we do not even know. This is very important.
Yeah. I think if this is adopted by more governments, I mean, lots of governments already do this, and the abusive governments, they do not worry about this. Like in China, this is, for instance, used to constantly track basically everybody. I think this is only discussion in democratic governments, because only in democratic governments you really have any sort of avenue for discussion. Probably the places which don't really care about what you think, where the ruling class is above everybody else, they do this without even thinking. But I think even in democratic societies, something like this is probably necessary. A good example of this is like coordinated influence campaigns, or like sabotage groups operating within a country. How are you supposed to, catch them? It's possible that, a couple people from one country move to another country, and you have no way of telling whether they are moving there because they just want to live there, or they want some work, or they just enjoy other country, or whether they have been, sent and they are meant to, sabotage or do various, acts of war, kind of subversively.
Have you heard of warrant-proof encryption?
I think most encryption is warrant-proof, unless you have some kind of backdoor, like extra keys. So from the outside. Okay, and part is really an object, it's a part as well, so that is very basic, right?
I mean, there are encryption methods that do exist, and I also shall inform you that these do not have leaks at all, and cannot be backdoored either.
Yeah, I think most encryption is like that. Like, you actually have to really carefully design an encryption scheme to allow decryption by some kind of privileged actor. It's a very tricky, it's mostly key management problem, and it's very tricky.
Key escrow is a security arrangement where a trusted third party holds the decryption keys for encrypted data. Is this what you mean?
Yeah, but it's not really... it's not cryptography, where you just ask somebody to, not do something. It's not really... it's not a mathematical, or it's not a technical solution. When what I mean are, there are some ways to encrypt the data where you also encrypt the encryption key for the data along the data, but with a different key. And the owner of that different key, let's say police has access to that key, could access it if necessary. But it should also be possible to enforce or guarantee that the system is auditable, so that, you know, somebody who just steals a police key cannot just snoop on everybody. There are tricky arrangements in encryption you can create.
Oh
Funny
yes.
systems.
Oh yes, this is possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Cryptography cannot really prevent the system from being misused if a government is becomes invasive. If the government wants to become invasive, they not really need to worry about cryptography. They can just, you know, force everybody to decrypt the data. And this is really what is the main decision, whether, you know, a system like that is worth implementing or not, whether a government can be trusted, whether there are systems of anti-abuse.
Cryptography can circumvent that, but it would be hard.
Yeah.
Very, very, very hard.
Okay, so I think the make widget is going to have this weak pointer to object. It's an argument. But we can do this later.
Cryptography is a very European and Middle Eastern thing.
Cryptography is fairly universal, I think. I'm not sure if there are any cultural things. Everybody's using some sort of cryptography. You know, phones are encrypted.
By that I meant it was invented in Greece, and spread to Rome and spread from there.
I'm not sure if it was invented in Greece. It's so obvious. I think everybody who speaks another language can realizes that speaking a different language allows you to communicate in secrecy. It's not an invention, really. You mean the Roman cipher, probably, or stuff like that. But even this was...
Not that it can't be used by other cultures. I would never make such assumptions.
Okay, I think we can just do this. Let's see if Opus can do this for us.
There's Nagelfluster just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Good coding, by the way.
Thanks. Okay, we are getting widget source. This should include widget. Well, definitely. Okay. That is also an option.
Now, here's an answer. I wouldn't call it a good answer.
Such a terrible.
In 2013, former NSA contractor Edward Snowden leaked a massive trove of classified documents estimated between 50,000 and 1.7 million file-stowed journalists, exposing the vast scale of global surveillance conducted by the U.S. National Security Agency and its Five Eyes partners, inventor of Tor.
I guess you're sending more, right?
Another argument is if there's a backdoor, what stops a bully from having one? What stops police from being bad, or one wrong leak? And the internet is forced into a reset. This already happened with Vodafone in Greece after they implemented wires tapping. They used the tapping in reverse to spy on the government. Someone committed suicide. Bad time.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I mean. The police needs to be policed. And it's not universal. It doesn't happen everywhere. But what you are saying about backdoors, it is a matter of more granularity when it's about keys. If you have like a master key that can decrypt everything globally, it's probably bad. So we have a new source called widget source. Update the copyright year 2026. For each widget is problematic. We will tweak this so that it's not necessary, but we'll do this in a second.
But these are the cases we have can be interpreted a million ways. I am not in the right, neither are you to claim any as correct or false. But we know.
Yeah, I think Twitch is clipping a lot of your sentences. I also think if you use dots and commas, the sentences would be more readable. Yeah, sometimes they are kind of hard to parse, I have to say. I want to move one more function. Let's make widget.
Must all accept that regulation pro or against. It's better to argue for regulation than against AUTOMAT.
Yeah, when you do not use dots, it's very hard to say what you really want to say, what you really mean here. And this is object widget. Ah, this is different.
I am saying it's better to have regulation. The wording of that regulation is above my pay grade.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm glad both of us can ponder such philosophy. And as you said, you can see either side being correct depending who it's looking at.
Yeah, this is a hairy problem. I'm looking for invocations. I think this is an invocation. Probably the only place where we make widgets. Ah. this object widget could be moved into widget source. Things should still compile. Yeah. Okay. We're back. I'm actually thinking that this widget source, size 1 byte, alignment 1 byte, doesn't really have any virtual methods. This is going to change. But Yeah, this is going to change when we get rid of this object widget. Subject widget actually doesn't store, I mean, it stores a bunch of data related to widget, but it doesn't store any pointer.
Says, hello, Kazistov Padzina. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
We'll just move this function over. Not a big change. I'm not sure what type it should return and whether I want to accept its weak pointer. Yeah, this stuff.
Kazistov Padzina says,
Okay, let's do this in English. I haven't known that you can proceed with YouTube Lives without at least Onex subscribers.
Yeah, I actually think that may have been the case in the past, actually. That YouTube may have been limiting this. Because, I mean, if you look at my YouTube, I have number of VODs on my channel is approaching the number of subscribers. And I just don't see how it could be profitable for YouTube to store all of this data, because they actually need to store this. Like each VOD is a lot of data. No clue how they do it. We just changed a little bit. Now this widget source class is no longer 1 byte. Now it's 8 bytes. And I'm actually thinking I could do this. It's still 8 bytes. Because this type only has vtable, it only has name. Now, widget source is assumed to be part. Okay, this is slowly getting interesting, and I think I should return object widgets from here. Where do I use object widgets? Oh no, in a lot of places. Okay, I think I will change this with the help of AI. Okay, this should still compile. I should still be able to build AUTOMAT. Speaking of streaming restrictions, I think on TikTok. On TikTok, you have something like this. To be able to stream on TikTok, you need to have some number of millions of views. Okay, this works. Yeah. Performance works in mysterious ways. Sometimes it can be glitchy. I was actually trying to produce a glitch, but sometimes I don't know why. Sometimes it's responsive, sometimes it's not. Okay. Anyway, it is building.
I haven't touched C since starting it on university for us. It was a nightmare that time.
It still is. Nothing changed. And to be honest, I miss a language with a good runtime dynamic type system. C++ has sort of a dynamic type system, but it's so bare bones. It's like for each class, you can get like hash, like some number that identifies a class, and a type name which is inconsistent across compilers. And that's it. And you have dynamic cast. You can also cast in all directions. But even this dynamic cast is very limited, especially if you have like really tricky inheritance diagram. Yeah, that should be 26. Okay, stage all. Okay, time to do this change. So I need to put weak PTR object here. Or actually, no. I do not have access to object because this is a base type for object. So I cannot refer to this type.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. Cheers!
Yeah, see you around. Okay, maybe I need a therapist. I will talk with Claude and see maybe it can help me. We are not going for option 2.
Thefabuak says,
Hey everyone.
Hey, So this is the problem, that when widget source derives from part, it should not really return widget object widgets. It should return part widget. Or just regular widgets. And the second problem is I need to have this weak pointer argument. Okay.
Has the workshop been published?
Not yet, not yet. Let me check something. There was a small problem actually with the recording of the workshop, because I was kind of doing everything from my OBS camera as opposed to presenting the screen. The quality is kind of... we'll see. Let me check. Ivan said he's working on the... He is working on the video. When it's ready, it's going to be published here.
Understand.
Wow, Discord is having some abuse problems. I hope it's not our Discord. Let's see if Opus... This is a non-trivial refactoring. This is something that would take me like half an hour to do. Yeah, it seems like a simple refactoring, but even AI is taking its time before it starts. But what is important for me is to have clean repository before AI starts. Then I can see, make sure I can do a proper code review. Is cast the right way to do it? Okay, it is. I think there is a bug here. I think after doing cast, the reference count okay, it didn't do what I asked it to do. I told it explicitly that it should reuse the weak references. Oh no, it couldn't. Yes, because this weak reference is already used here. We need to acquire a new one. Okay, okay. This is a pointer. What? It's just called std move here and not create a copy. Why was this? Okay, no, it cannot be moved because, yes, we need a copy, okay. Yeah, so this is how many files have been updated, and each of them have been updated in a non-trivial way. First I will do this keep all. Weirdly, things still seem to work. Okay. I don't want to scroll too fast. There could be traps set up. This is creating a copy effectively. I think it would be nice if we had copy is not going to consume this. Okay. see if flip-flops still work after this new helper function. Seems like they do. Okay, makes sense. Good, all good. Here, use this new copy mechanism. Yeah, timelines work. So this is the main way that we create objects, and this is correct. This is how it should look here. Okay, that's good. Yeah, all seems good. I'm actually thinking how I'm passing this. I think this could be simplified. So whenever I create a widget, the object is kind of guaranteed to be there in memory. So I don't really need to pass an owning reference here. I could probably pass a regular object reference. And that was just a bit of documentation. It shouldn't affect compilation at all. Okay. Switch to our chat. I'm not going to open a new chat. Okay, it's nice to have an LLM that can perform those like soul-destroying refactorings for me. I just need to carefully describe what I want, and it's going to do it. Wonderful. Yeah. But it's frustrating that it deletes my changes. I mean, come on, the people who write Z, they should just realize that I modified this file after the LLM has touched it, and notify the LLM that this file was modified. Oh. I'm not a fan of passing smart pointers. I think it would be nicer if we passed a bare reference and then acquired a smart pointer within this class at the very end. In most places it's fine. See how this works. It's not a surprise. It all works. Let's look at the changes. Yeah, wonderful. It's... I mean, except this, but I fixed it. Ooh. This is an amazing refactoring machine. Okay, and once it's finished with this, we will change how we pass the object reference to widgets. I don't want to pass it as weak pointer. Did he remove implementation here? Like, all those changes, they look fine, but this one is... suddenly it's removing the block with actual code. Okay, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. So much text for such a simple change. Okay, this explanation makes me suspicious that it could have broken something. Instruction library works. What else? Assembler. I think yes, assembler also works. Okay. It's another bigger refactoring. I just hope I have enough context. 85% used. It's risky. I may run out of context now. Okay, let me take a look at this. So the important thing is that now I have this widget source. So my argument HH, it now it could derive from widget source. This may be one more change. The connection widget. Oh. This is a regular widget. Look at that. It's even storing this start week properly. It is exactly how it should be stored. 93%. And then we have root widget. Root widget should draw twice. Yeah, what a limit. Let's see how far we got. There is more. There is nothing to log because So what is the issue? Okay, the issue is that I should just make many types angry. Quite a few files where we will have to change this. Okay, I will keep this. think this is not going to be necessary anymore. Because now its required argument must be initialized always. This new design actually, it seems to fit so well. The registers, which are like members of the assembler, they seem to match this model perfectly, because they want to store the pointer to the assembler. Anyway. I will get rid of assembler weak. I know it will break a lot of things. I think this could be it, at least in this file. Timer is next. Timer is this broken old school object. Come on, hotkey also. I really need to split objects and widgets. Okay, I'm getting warnings coming from LVM, and I remember I found about a feature called warning suppressions. Okay, this is our new file, warning suppression mappings. Those others. This is where we are selecting options. Okay, I want to ignore this. Like this. Still 8 warnings, 1 errors. Yeah, there are different ways to suppress warnings. I can suppress them on command line, I can suppress them using pragmas, but this approach, this is the third approach to suppress warnings, is much better because it's going to match all files in a specific directory. This is really what I want. I do not want warnings for my dependencies. I'm not in control of those dependencies. I am mostly using absolute paths. And also, I'm wondering what directory I am invoking compiler in. Okay, I guess everything's running in AUTOMAT directory. Yeah. Okay, let's try to... If I put star... that should tell me if the path is correct or not. Okay, just one warning generated. Interesting. And now 8 warnings. Maybe relative path should look like that. Or maybe this is path relative to this file. Okay, okay. This was so annoying. Okay, I need to... a whole group, apparently. Oh, no, no. I need to put star at the end. It's actually something I can already submit. It's a good thing to have. Okay, things still somehow work. And if I remember, the AI had a to-do list here. So key presser. has a widget. Okay, but it takes... I think I fixed it. I think hotkey timer. It's in this one. Okay, it's not taking quick pointers. This is another hybrid object. Hey. Okay. Next thing to do is this. I think we can do this next week. Yeah. We are clearing this up. Yeah, and YouTube just went down, so perfect timing. Yeah, we'll see how far we can get on Monday. I actually hope we'll probably get through all of this. I think this was a big refactoring that had to happen early, but after that, things should be going downhill. Okay then, see you next week. Bye bye.